Good afternoon and welcome, everybody. This would be the Jeff Cameron Show right here on 97.9 ESPN Radio. Great to be with you. Good Monday, everybody. Hope you're well. I'm Jeff. That's Director Matthew. We're online, ESPNTallahassee.com. That's where you're going to listen live via the streaming free always. Don't miss anything, but if you do, go back and caught up at your leisure. We'll post all 3 hours upon the conclusion of the show to Apple Podcasts, wherever you get podcasts. Thanks for listening to the program. You can email the program if you like, jcs at 979 ESPNradio.com. On Twitter, it's at Jay Cameron Show. Hello, YouTubers. Hope this finds you doing well. Thanks for tuning on in. Might note that all guests appear via the Phone Hero hotline. Phone Hero specializing in iPhone and iPad repair. 2 locations. 2915 Cary Forest Parkway, 833 West Gain Street, online at phoneherotlh.com. Big weekend for Florida State, eh? I am, well, you know, it's funny. The weekend included a lot of sightings, for lack of a better term, of my favorite player in Florida State history, Marvin Jones, Shade Tree, my man Marvin on campus with his son this weekend, and for the last few days, that's left the Knoll family a buzz because when Marvin makes an appearance, it's a big deal. And it's a really big deal that his kid is seemingly tracking in the same direction of being a superstar player in his own right, one that obviously we hope provides his services with Florida State. Now, that's not a foregone conclusion the way one might hope given Marvin's status. When you're being pursued by the likes of Alabama, Ohio State, and every other freaking school in the country that's worth a damn, you can't just assume that it's going to be Florida State at the end of the day. But very well could be. And let's hope that the Hall of Fame vibes and the atmosphere and the connections and the being around a place in which your father is held in such high regard and achieves so much washes over you and makes you feel compelled to continue this incredible tradition. I'm crossing my fingers. If you'd like to, though, here's what we do know, and you can cue up what them kids doing right here, right now, in the opener, baby.
Once again, friends, it's time for What Them Kids Doing.
Look at that jibber jabber Jeff. What's that kid bench? How fast does he run?
Hey, who let you in here?
Look at him. I bet he can bench a lot. What them kids doing, Jeff?
Always fun. We get to keep doing this, man. I continue to remain so impressed with Coach Norvell and this staff and their ability to sell their message and convince kids that Florida State is the place to come and play football and commit to, at least verbally for now, given that there have been no successes on the field just yet for this staff. And again, Florida State was committed to a major rebuild, a longer overhaul than one would normally have patience for the second they made the decision they did to move on and to bring in another coaching staff, because that made 3 coaching staffs in 4 years, and that makes having a level of recruiting consistency and an impact as significant as you'd like to have in order to compete to win conference championships nearly impossible. That kind of instability usually leads to long-term problems. So once you've wrapped your mind around that and committed yourself to the rebuild, you figure we'll take little wins here and there. And to be sure, each of these moments in which we sound the cue for what them kids doing, it is just to note verbal commitments. But that's all you can have right now, and they continue to get an awful lot of them. They got a defensive tackle in Daniel Lyons, prospect from Homestead, Florida. He informed the coaches just yesterday that he's going to go ahead and plan to sign with Florida State. That's the 17th commitment for the class of 2022. The class of 2022 continues to kick ass. It is a class, depending on where you look, that is ranked squarely there in the top 10. Some would even say top 5. That's reason to celebrate. That's reason to take notice. That's reason to say, hey, maybe there's a little optimism out there just yet. These guys have put together and made an impact, and every one of these moments that they've had a chance to target players, talked to players, welcomed players to campus. They've impressed, and they've executed a plan. And that's been huge. And they continue to do it in the trenches, where we also got over the weekend an offensive lineman. And that is exciting. Daughtry Richardson. And Richardson's a kid that grew up in Tallahassee, is from Tallahassee, has a strong relationship with Alex Atkins, and eventually that led to a yes. Now, he was down at Miami Central, but this was home, and I'm sure that played a part, along with the continued successes of Alex Atkins in the world of recruiting. My goodness gracious, this man is a freaking hero. If I'm going to read about offensive and defensive linemen saying yes to Florida State over and over again, in large part, Odell's done a good job, and certainly Alex Atkins has, as Florida State continues to stockpile offensive linemen, and they're not done yet. I believe that's the fifth offensive line commit to say yes to Florida State for the class of 2022. Then I'm just going to be a happy man on a regular basis, because that's how you get things turned around. As Jimbo once said, it's time to bring in some grown-ass men. Let's change the line of scrimmage. It allows everything else to take place that we fall in love with, and that is big plays, right? Those are big plays that skill players make. It's not possible to execute them on offense if you can't block. It's not possible to stop them on defense if you can't control the line of scrimmage. We've been able to do neither for several years now, and it is exhausting to watch a brand of football in which you get bullied every weekend by middling teams, and you get absolutely brutalized by the good ones. No chance to have fun watching a product like that. No chance to win games that matter if that's where you're at. So getting yeses one by one, whether it was the yes from Ontavious Woody or Kayshawn Sapp or the Kenyatta Charlton or Oluba, whomever, it's enough to buoy you and get you through the week. At least when you wrap your mind around where Florida State football is at least when you begin to think, how soon can we compete? Like if you're trying to put those pieces together, you're trying to figure it all out, you're asking yourself, well, what's reasonable? And really, I think that's one of the biggest questions of the offseason. It's one of the biggest questions as we get closer and closer to the start of camp, which begins the first week in August. I know we're all excited beyond reason for that. Now you can smell it. You can taste it. I mean, it's July the 26th. It's about time to get it on. Getting this kind of news and knowing that there may be more forthcoming, it's amazing to look at the numbers that they're throwing at the problem. And the problem being the offensive line. If you're going to continue, you got 5 now. Looks like you may get 6, 7 here in the very near future. To me, I think if you just do the math, it doesn't seem likely that you're going to end up with 8 offensive linemen or 7 offensive linemen. I don't know. I mean, maybe you do, I guess. It would seem to me that somebody's going to decide, oh, that's too many. I'm going to go somewhere else, probably. But you can't concern yourself with that. You got to remedy to the problem. I remember Matt Millen, loathed as he was by Detroit Lion fans for getting it wrong an awful lot when he was GM, swung and missed quite frequently at wide receiver, but he kept drafting him. And when he was asked why, he said, just because you drafted a receiver 2 years ago doesn't mean you can't draft one now, especially when that one that you drafted sucks. You kind of have to keep picking them until you get it right. Now, if your anger is with me for not getting it right a few times, I understand. But if you're asking me why I'm drafting another receiver, did you watch us play? Yeah, for Florida State, it's kind of the same mentality here. Like, okay, we're gonna offer another offensive lineman and another one and another one and allegedly another one? Yeah, yes I am. Yes, I am. I'm tired of this. One of these kids is going to be able to play. I'd like to believe 2 or 3. I'll offer 6 or 7, and maybe 4 will be able to play. But we've got to get this fixed because you can't win any other way. And it's nice when, in this case, when you get a kid that you're competing with Miami for. Again, it's a win-win. You not only add to your offensive line prospects, but you also keep one away from Miami. So that, too, is huge. And, by the way, in the case of Daughtry Richardson, he projects as an offensive tackle. I know on this show we've had discussions before. I don't spend nearly as much time on recruiting as a lot of other sites do, and I understand that, but I do pay attention because, again, I'll repeat over and over again, it's not lost on me that it's the lifeblood of any program that you bring in good football players and that you fill needs with said football players. So this is a group that even though we've thrown numbers at the problem, a lot of them aren't necessarily projected as tackles. So when you get one that is, okay, good, now we got one because it's been a while since we've had worthwhile tackle play. Ira Schoffel, warchant.com, will join me in the beginning of the 4 o'clock hour. We'll go over some of this, look at those numbers, and look at the messaging from Florida State, what the coaches are doing right, the guys that deserve our praise right now. Again, I get it. It's I just got done alluding to the date. It's July the 26th, and you still got a long way to go in order to try to get these kids to sign on the line, which is dotted, when the time becomes nigh. But, it's interesting. A lot of this feels like the momentum that was mocked by Manny Diaz and others, because what I mean by that is when you get a few big names, and they have a few really big names, first and foremost, Mr. Hunter, when you get kids like that to say yes, and they're of the caliber of player that he is, it can have a huge impact in swaying the minds and hearts of those kids who might otherwise be looking elsewhere. And so it feels like the class, in addition to the successes of the coaches and the pitch and what they've been able to sell, probably playing time, probably opportunity and all of that, immediate playing time. But also I do appreciate that they seemingly have been very, very blunt and honest with these kids about where they're at and where they think those kids could help them go. In addition to selling that successfully, you need some of the kids in the class to be high-profile kids who will then help you also persuade these others who might otherwise not be looking at your program. And it appears that's happening too. Jeff Cameron Show, 97.9 ESPN Radio. I'll certainly have more thoughts on this. Probably at the end of this hour, I'll get into some of my concerns about what we're seeing here with Texas and Oklahoma. I do know this. You basically can all but say goodbye to the Big 12 and goodbye to Texas and Oklahoma, because that transition from the Big 12 to the SEC has begun. They announced today, did the schools, they will not renew their grant of rights agreement with the Big 12. They plan to honor, quote-unquote, their existing agreements through 2024, 2025. The joint statement, really, it's the first step that those two schools have made on their way to leaving the conference. Though the timing of their departure remains a little bit unknown still, the Longhorns and Sooners stating publicly that they are willing to remain with the Big 12 through the expiration of the grant of rights agreement could be really, as some would say, and I know I read today in the piece from Ben Kercheval of CBS Sports, that is likely legal posturing, that they're not going to wait that out. And if you figure that they would owe somewhere in the neighborhood of $74 to $80 million, each of them, to the Big 12 as a penalty for leaving, that's not much with what where they're moving towards and what the SEC could do. So that seems like that'll be that. Those efforts have failed to try to keep them in the conference. There was this thought that the Big 12 would pitch the idea to Texas and Oklahoma that would award them more money in the media rights revenue, and it would bump their payouts up. But the other schools, at that point would have decreased their payouts accordingly. And I don't know. It doesn't look like it's going to. No, not only does it not look like it's going to work, it's not going to work. It's over. So, of course, this changes college football in a lot of ways, maybe not as many as people think. I think there's a bigger picture discussion to be had here about college football and where we're headed, and I think that's the discussion that everybody wants to have. The other discussion that everybody wants to have, that I'm going to have in a minute, is about what the hell is going to happen with FSU. And, it's so funny because I spend most of my time right now thinking about how quickly can Florida State be relevant in this conference, which is already lagging miles behind the SEC. Ultimately, we know that the ACC is struggling to keep up, as are all the other conferences not named the Big Ten. Now the Big 12 is rendered moot, so it's us, it's the ACC and the Pac-12 that remain, and what decisions those conferences make moving forward will be very interesting, because I don't know that it's worth it to you to just acquire some teams to acquire some teams. In fact, I've kind of thought aloud here a couple of times. Are there some people you can get rid of if you wanted to bring in some other teams? Could you start looking at markets? So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Could you start looking and projecting way out ahead and say, why don't we look at the top media markets in the country? How about Houston? Could you bring in Houston? Could. What if you took Houston and then told Wake Forest to have a good day? Or Syracuse, for example. In fact, how about Syracuse? Or Boston College? That'd be a step in the right direction. We're going to bring in Houston, and we're going to tell Syracuse to have a good day. Then we're going to tell Boston College, it's been nice. We're going to welcome in UCF. And then, you see where I'm going here? That's kind of more of what now, listen, these are paltry steps to take, given what you're up against. You're not going to surpass the SEC. But as Ira Schoffel pointed out, you don't have to. You just got to remain in the larger discussion to be right there as second or third. You can't be, well, you get the drift. I'm not, you know what? Every day we move closer to this season getting started, the more I think about this season and what has to happen this season we just got done talking about the exciting developments in the 2022 recruiting class. And my thought is on this thing for the long haul. Now, I get that you can get buried under an avalanche of negativity thinking about, well, what's going to happen 5 years from now, 6 years from now to college football, to the ACC, to those not in the SEC. And yes, that is a talking point, certainly. But I'd rather bring it back home to the now and talk about the steps towards being relevant and being good again in this conference, in the ACC, and how that happens. Because in order to have any chance to deal with the other stuff, you got to be good here. And we haven't been any good here in a very long time. It's infinitely more frustrating to think about that in my mind. So what does this season entail? What does this season include? What does it have to be for us to be able to take a big step forward and eventually get to a place where, Clemson's having a very different discussion right now about what they're going to do. They're having that discussion while sitting atop the ACC by a million miles and thus easily walking into yet another appearance in the college football playoff. That's a different vantage point to be having this discussion from where we're sitting, where I'm really concerned about this, and this down the line. But, oh, yeah, man, how about we concern ourselves with being better than sorry-ass Louisville or Boston College or Wake in our own Atlantic Division? Because since I have besmirched Syracuse several times over in this segment, I will do it again. I think that's the lone team that I'm going to bet we are certainly better than coming into this season is Syracuse. That's it. Maybe Louisville, maybe Wake, maybe BC. Well, therein lies the discussion. What do we got to get to make sure that happens? Because if you are, okay, now there's real progress. Now there's light at the end of the tunnel. Now there's a feeling that we're going to be having talks that matter. And I think it's funny because when I played golf this weekend at Clarn Country Club, and I run into people wherever I go. I run into people. It's always fun. It's great. It's nice to meet people who listen to the program. Nice to meet people who are so kind and congratulating us on our move to warchant.com and 93.3 FM and how can I get the Jeff Cameron Show moving forward? I love these talks. Invariably, those talks quickly turn from that to Florida State and projections of the season to be and all of those sorts of things. And what I've been gauging more than anything else, I've talked about this a lot as we get closer to the season, is how disparate the views of the fan base as to what's to come. There's the casual fan that thinks because of who Florida State is and what they should be and what they were for so long, that just assumes that given that they're in a middling conference and that there's some now stability, we're not in the middle of of debating whether or not the season's going to happen, unlike last year. So the thought being that, okay, things are beginning to return to normalcy. There's real evidence from the coaching staff successes in getting these verbal commitments and hosting these recruiting weekends that maybe now that we've got our ducks in a row, with all of this adding up to what? An 8-win, 9-win season? There's that fan who's just kind of like, oh, now that things have been normalized, we've got a chance to win 9 games, right? I'm like, whoa, they're a killer. Then there's the fan that is as pessimistic as they come, and when they ask me what I think is going to happen, I say, I think Vegas's number is a pretty good number. I could see 6-6, 7-5. They're like, oh my goodness, Jeff, that's insane. This team will be lucky to win 2 games. I crack up when I hear that one. Like, well, who's closer to being right? I think the guy that says 2 games is closer to being right than the guy that says 9 games. Do I? It's close. 2 is overly pessimistic, to say the least. What you got us against UMass and was it Jacksonville State or whoever? Is that it? No, I think we'll work in a win somewhere else. We'll work in a win somewhere else, guys. But that one makes me laugh. That's fun. That's the I had a guy say that this weekend. 6? No, we'll be lucky to win 2 games, Jeff. Like, good Lord, man. I think at the bare minimum we're going to get better quarterback play. And that's not a knock on Jordan Travis, who did everything in his power to make something out of nothing behind an offensive line that was a sieve and very little talent at wide receiver. I mean, that guy had to scramble to save his life. But I think the combination, let's put it that way, the combination of Mackenzie Milton and Jordan Travis seems to suggest to me that they'll get more consistent and better and more dynamic play at quarterback. Jeff Cameron Show, 97.9 ESPN Radio.
My boys might look rough, but they're not tough between me and you.
I didn't make much of it heading towards it because I wasn't sure it was going to happen. I'm speaking of the Olympics, but every time the Olympics rolls around, and although this one is truly unique given the obstacles they're having to overcome, my viewing habits are no different than past Olympics, where I feel somewhat indifferent to the vast majority of the sports that I don't watch anyhow, but certainly respect the athletes who participate in. But then it happens. I eat dinner on a Sunday, and 60 minutes or whatever is what I'm awaiting. And next thing you know, I'm catching some Olympic stuff. And the next thing you know, it's 11:30 at night, and I've been watching Olympics for 5 hours, and I'm absolutely riveted. They got me again, and it's because truly we do love to celebrate excellence and competition, and the stories behind the Olympic athletes are always, well, there's no shortage anyhow, of incredible stories that are highly motivational and moving and the best of who we are as people. It's always awesome to immerse yourself in that, and I'm always reminded of that when the Olympics starts, that maybe I hate the IOC. Maybe I dislike the way the process plays out. And oftentimes there are sports that, in large part, I'm in complete indifference towards. But then there are those that I marvel at. Certainly any Olympic athlete who has dedicated the whole of their life to this endeavor is worthy of our praise and attention anyhow. But watching swimmers and watching gymnasts in particular, I am absolutely blown away. I watch that. I mean, even though right now it's just the qualifying, you're watching the women's gymnastic team last night. I'm blown away. How do human beings, how does anybody do that? You know how strong you have to be? I just think about this all the time. And I was showing my boys last night. I'm like, look at how strong she is. Simone Biles, who we're looking at, along with the entire team. It's not just acrobatic, athletic, explosive, and awe-inspiring, but just damn the strength in your core and the fearlessness, and then endurance sports, of course, like swimming. When you watch these guys, I mean, up like 2 feet out of the pool for the breaststroke, you're like, that's one strong SOB. Can't fathom it. So I was riveted. I did not catch this, but I thought it was pretty cool. For just the second time since 1992, a country besides China has claimed gold in an Olympic table tennis event. Woo! It's happened! Somebody else has finally won something on the table tennis courts. Here we go. They're not courts, but you know what I mean. Good on you, Japan. Jun Mizutani and Mima Ito.
Nailed it.
Have interrupted China's decades-long dominance and won on Monday night. It was mixed doubles, and they whooped that ass. All righty. Before the shocking loss, China had been more dominant in table tennis than even the U.S. in basketball, Russia in weightlifting, steroids, South Korea in archery. Because we all know when we talk about world dominance in sport, the first thing I bring up is South Korea and archery. If you had that friend who routinely beat somebody's ass in, say, chess, you're like, Jesus, Kevin's like South Korea in archery. Anyhow, if you're not like that, you can be now, and it would be funny. The Chinese had won 28 of 32 table tennis gold medals since 1988. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. Somebody's got to rise up. And it has now happened. See? There's your little nugget. There you go. Give you a little nugget. Jeff Cameron Show, 97.9 ESPN Radio. I spent the weekend talking to people all around, well, the Southeast. I was going to say the country, but the vast majority of the people I talked to were, in fact, in the Southeast, and we were talking about the impact of Oklahoma and Texas to the SEC and what it would have on college football and what it would have on Florida State in particular, because most of these people that I spoke with, not all, but most, are huge Florida State fans, alumni, boosters, supporters of various forms. And others are just diehard fans of college football, which tend to be those that reside in the South. I'm not saying there aren't pockets throughout the nation in which college football is hugely popular, but none of them equate to the fanaticism that we see in the Southeast. I am a huge college football fan. And so I tend to look at it a little bit more big picture and less about Florida State. Now, yes, I have my concerns, but those concerns have been in place for some time in regards to Florida State falling behind its big-time college football brethren, given that the vast majority of them with whom they seek to compete are in the SEC, the exception being Clemson. Now, obviously, we are arch rivals with Miami, but they're in the same boat we are, and in many ways, we're better off. But you're competing for players because you'd like to win the national championship. That's where, when this school is operating at peak efficiency, they reside in that conversation. And trying to outdo Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, on down the line, is becoming increasingly more difficult as we see the vast gulf of monies that are accumulated by schools in the SEC and those in the ACC. And on that note, nothing really changed with the thought of Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC. The gulf was already wide, already significant enough to present a rather momentous problem, a sizable issue. I don't know that it changes all that much. At some point, there are diminishing returns. But I will say this. I chose, again, to take a big picture view of this because my greater concern is for the sport of college football and what it's losing. Now, this gets very, very intricate because on the one hand, I believe that the players have been shortchanged in college football for a very long time and have been in favor of a system very different from the one that's been in place for a very long time, one that would see players able to benefit, given that they're the labor. And that was never a discussion that was black and white. It wasn't that if you do this, then do this for the players and all will be well. No, it was always going to be much more complicated than that. And we've, of course, tried to vet that over the years. And all of us have had our say and given our 2 cents. And some of it over the years we've adopted and changed when we learned more about how the process works. But beginning a few years ago when I started doing work for SiriusXM, both on the PGA Tour network, PGA Tour channel, I should say, but also on ESPNU, was what it was called then, the call-ins, I remember at that time, would be about where was college football headed. And when we talked more about the big picture of college football, we said, it seems to me, and I talked about this last week, like we were headed down a path that wasn't very pretty, that there was going to be a need for 2 separate football realities, that there was going to have to be those that sought to compete in what looks to be a semi-professional or professional brand of football, and those that are the rest of college football that can't do that and don't want to dip their toes in those waters, and that they would have to branch out separately. Remember, this is why you've heard the call for perhaps, say, a league of 64 teams or maybe even smaller, or 4 super conferences, right? But 64, 16 teams. Remember, we've talked about this. And that would be one brand of football, and it would govern, they would have an entirely separate group that governed that than the NCAA. And the NCAA has moved closer and closer to being irrelevant now for years, and it's had its legs absolutely cut out from under it with these decisions. These decisions now, so for example, this latest one that we're all talking about, that we're all abuzz about, Texas and Oklahoma, what is this about? Well, this is about money. This is about money. And the decisions being made by the member institutions of the SEC, who are also member institutions of the NCAA, are being governed solely by the money, which means the NCAA matters less and less and has less and less say as to how its sport is run. So here's what I continued to think about over the weekend when I talked with those that are concerned about all of this. So if you are moving towards a place like we have been the last few years where the vast majority of the teams that participate in college football are shut out from the possibility of competing for championships, then you're doing what? You're moving towards what? A professional sports league. College football has always been different than pro football. There has been a charm to college football that doesn't exist in pro football. Now, you can like both immensely, but you knew you were looking at something entirely different when you watched pro football as opposed to college football. Now, that's, at least not for that league anyhow, looking to be much different at all. And many would argue, and I've certainly read something similar to this thought over the last, recently, for the last several days I've heard it, but I've also, again, in having those conversations with people, guys like Pete Futak and others have said for a while, if we're moving towards a professional or more professional league, then you got a problem on your hands because, A, you exclude everybody else playing college football who can't afford to compete in that at that level, and B, there's already a professional sports football league, and they do it better than college. It's called the NFL. So there's nothing unique then about college football that separates it. It's just fighting to become the same thing, and it can't do it as well. And that's problematic. I don't know what the answer is, but again, you're heading towards the ruination of college football as to what it means to people who have always said that they're big-time college football fans and they don't care for pro football. Like, that group that has always been a very different group, right? A very distinct group. I know people who love and watch college football really don't care for the NFL. Now, I know the opposite, too. I know plenty of people who are like, I'm not watching college football. Well, why would I watch college football? I just want to see the best of the very best do what they do with none of these blurred lines. I know those guys are getting paid. I know those owners are billionaires. I know what this is all about. I know that this is gladiatorial, and let's let the best of the best go to war. I don't need to see amateurs, quote unquote, do it. I'll see the best there are in the world, so I'll just watch pro football. I know both sides. I know both sides of that argument. But it is true that most of the rest of the country that is engaged and likes college football, let's say, if you're in the Midwest or if you're out west, you don't really care anything about the people of the SEC, the teams of the SEC. You don't care anything about it. But if that's the only group that can compete to win championships, or that they would take up in an expanded playoff 8 of the 12 teams, you're going to stop watching more than you already have. We could go on. It's going to be interesting, though. It's a great fear that football fans, college football fans, I'm just talking about college football fans have, that this is moving more and more towards professional football. Some people say, hey, good, and remove the subtleties here. Remove all of the nonsense and let's get straight to it. But there's still a lot to work out and to figure out for college football to continue to excel and succeed. This has been more and more when they talk about expansion, college football expansion. Well, more teams have to have a chance. Well, are more teams going to have a chance? I mean, I don't really think so. I think, I guess in theory, but this will be. It'll be interesting to see how many people care about college football, because if it moves more in that direction, only the people in the SEC will care about college football. It's Jeff Cameron Show, 97.9 ESPN Radio.
Just gotta
Thanks for tuning in to us. I'm Jeff. That is Director Matthew producing. As we're wont to do on Mondays in this hour, we have my cohort now. That's right. I was going to say my boy. Managing editor, warchant.com, but now he's my coworker to boot. But the insight is still greatly appreciated as always. All guests appear via the Phone Hero hotline. Phone Hero specializing in iPhone and iPad repair. 2 locations, 2915 Cary Forest Parkway, 833 West Gain Street. Online at phoneherotlh.com. Let's bring him in now. Ira Schoffel, warchant.com. Hello, Ira. How are you, brother?
I'm great, Jeff. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. Doing very, very well. I thought it was, it's a fun time. It's a busy time, and we're all excited about the change. I'll be headed over to warchant.com starting on August the 9th officially. I guess at least in terms of public appearances and doing things for the site. I'm already there now, but also headed over to 93.3 FM. And so everything is rounding into form, and we're real excited about the weeks to come to be able to promote that and talk about the things we're going to be doing. But I'm also really excited because, and you wrote about it on warchant.com, and so did Michael Langston. And, you know, I think the big news of the weekend as it pertains to Florida State specifically is the kids that were here on campus and the yeses that they got and their continued successes in recruiting. I don't know if you want to start with Richardson on the offensive line, where they're really knocking it out of the park, or if you want to go to Daniel Lyons, the defensive tackle. Maybe we start there because those guys are at a premium and hard to get, and Florida State got one from South Florida, so that's a big deal to beat out Miami for a kid in Daniel Lyons who says yes to Florida State over the weekend.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, he's really their second defensive tackle commitment. They did get Antavius Woody last month, who's a guy who plays offensive and defensive line, could play either one in college. Some schools were recruiting him for offense, some were defense. Florida State's recruiting him as a defensive lineman, and he's a really nice player. And but, you know, this is important for them. That's not a huge position of need for them right now. Defensive tackle, they signed a bunch of kids in the most recent recruiting class that they think can end up at defensive tackle, like Chambray Jackson and the young man from Quincy, Josh Farmer as well, that they think they're bulking up into defensive tackles. But it was good to get a second one in this class. I don't know, they may end up getting one more as well. But yeah, he's a really nice player from South Florida. And as you said, on the offensive line, they got their 5th commitment now on the offensive line. Imagine anything makes FSU fans much happier than hearing they've already got 5 commitments on the offensive line.
And they're targeting 3 to 4 more. Now, nobody thinks they'll sign 8 to 9 people,
right.
But I do think that anytime you go after the numbers like they are, you're challenging kids to see who likes competition and who can handle it. But, you know, this is – I guess what I would get at is if you're Florida State, this is the right approach, is to throw numbers at a problem and let it work itself out. I mean, I think that collectively as the fan base are so tired of desperately needing offensive linemen to finally get, well, in this case, by the way, Daughtry Richardson, correct me if I'm wrong, he's like a legitimate tackle. So they have a tackle prospect in here now, which is absolutely huge. So you know what?
Yeah.
Help is on the way.
Yeah, you're right. And some of the guys that they've got commitments from before are guards. They're still in the mix, as you said, for some other really high-level offensive linemen as well. In fact, one of them is announcing this Friday. I don't know that they're going to get him, but Florida State's one of the 4 finalists for him. Emory Jones, a 4-star offensive lineman out of Louisiana. But yeah, they've really Alex Atkins has done a really remarkable job recruiting offensive linemen. Daughtry Richardson, as you said, you know, people didn't get a chance to see it. He announced on Instagram. He actually announced Sunday, but he wasn't at the camp. He was back home. He was down in South Florida, but he did an Instagram live announcement, and it's a really nice thing. I mean, he'd written up a letter and talked about his mother, who apparently passed away, and how close he is with his father, and how his father's really gotten him on the right track, and just was really gracious, thanking the other schools that have recruited him. And but you know, obviously sounded really excited about coming to Florida State. He grew up in Tallahassee. I believe he went to Godby High School before moving down to Miami, and just seemed like a really, just really sharp and kind of focused young guy. And I think again, that's what you're hoping for with this staff is they've got 17 commitments now for 2022. It's a top 5 class in the country. what you're hoping for is that these coaches have really nailed it with these kids with their evaluations. And from what we've seen so far, all the indications are really positive.
Yeah, 6'5", 285 plus pounds. He's like you said, he's from Tallahassee. People see the Miami Central, and they may not realize that, but yeah, he is from Tallahassee. So, look, I just get excited about to me the progress they've been able to make, despite very little evidence on the field so far, that would give kids a reason to feel this good about Florida State. It does mean they are connecting in some capacity. Their message and their belief in where they're going to be, their willingness to sit down and have honest conversations. Because that's one thing that's come out of a lot of this. When you've asked guys, why Florida State, they've appreciated the straightforward approach. I hope that resonates to nobody expects that every one of these kids currently verbally committed to Florida State by the time it comes to National Signing Day will say yes. Somebody will opt out. Somebody will get an offer that maybe blows them away, and then they decide to go somewhere else. But if you can reach the vast majority of them and connect with the vast majority of them, and they like what it is you're telling them, at least in terms of being a realist, you do have a shot, even if you have a 6-6 season, of holding on to the vast majority of these guys.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, they do take a really straightforward approach. And one of the comments I thought was pretty interesting from a story we put up on the site today that Michael and Austin wrote from at the camp on Sunday was Sam McCall, the safety out of Lakeland,
yep, 5-star
High School, big-time recruit who committed pretty early. And, one of the comments he made was, he's like, they're kind of taking joy in the fact that nobody really expected this from this FSU class. Like, he's like, nobody would have expected that we put together a class like this, and they've kind of taken ownership of it. He said, Travis Hunter really kicked it off, the big 5-star recruit out of Atlanta. Sam McCall is highly regarded as well. And then they've just kind of got their ball rolling, and those guys have taken that ownership to where they want to see this. That's one thing that's kind of underrated is nobody wants to sign with a school or commit to a school where they feel like they're the only big-time players coming in. I mean, they want to build this class together, and I think you're seeing that. So coaches deserve most of the credit, no question. Mike Norvell, his staff have done a really good job. The support staff he's put together has done a really good job. But also these players. I mean, these current players and the recruits have done a really nice job of helping to sell Florida State.
Well, for Florida State, at some point, it is going to be about getting quality players to get you to where you want to go. And every coaching staff that takes over a situation that is not where it wants to be and not where it should be based on its history has to land a recruiting class that is shaping up like the one that Florida State has for 2022. I mean, no matter where you look to the successes, where there have been turnarounds, where coaches have come in and found a way, it's always started with having one really good class. And we've documented the Jimbo stuff so many times. And this feels like this is that kind of class. And there's still more names out there, of course, and more guys that are huge names, in fact, that if they were to get, this would almost, like you said, it's top 5 right now. I mean, they have a chance to solidify that if a couple more guys that they're looking at and who are seemingly very interested were to say yes and stick with Florida State. This would be that class that we look back on in 3 years when Florida State's winning football games again at the clip that I think the fan base and the alumni and those that support Florida State expect them to. This would be the one.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a good class. I mean, with the 17 commitments they have, if you look at the last, 7-8 spots, however much money they end up with, and you think of the guys that they're involved with, like you said, I mean, the tight end, Jaleel Skinner, who's a big-time tight end receiver prospect, Kevin Coleman, a big-time 5-star wide receiver, who's really close with A.J. Duffy, the quarterback commitment. There's another running back or two that they're involved with that, we'll see how it works out with them, but they're going to at least get one more running back. They've got a chance. They've done a really good job the last few weeks, really back to the end of June and then to now, of really loading up on linemen. So now the spots that they have left are you're going to see a lot of skill guys. Maybe it's another 1 or 2 offensive linemen, but you're going to see a lot of skill guys, more high-profile guys, playmakers And I think that's going to, has a chance to elevate that class even higher. And to your point, yeah, I mean, when you talk to people on the staff, when Jimbo was here in 2010, 2011, 2012, before they made that run for the national title, the building blocks were those classes, 11 and 12 particularly, and this could be that class. Now, we don't know if they're going to have that kind of success, but you have to have success on the recruiting trail first. You just can't get by with average to below average players and just think you're going to coach your way out of it.
So, I got to ask you because I'm a giddy, like a fanboy, like 16 years old, all in on everything Florida State when we talk about the legend that is Shade Tree on campus this weekend. He was seen all throughout town. My phone, because they know I'm a geek about Marvin Jones, is being texted all hours of the night. I got a text last night at 11:30 at an establishment locally where a friend of mine was, and Marvin Jones was. And I thought, well, this has to be good news. What are the chances moving forward that they ultimately get Junior on board here the way we've talked about for so long?
I still think there's a decent to good chance. I mean, I think there's a good chance. Look, this week, you're talking about he's going to be here for about 3 days. He's here with his dad, Shade Tree. They've been a lot of players from his era that live in town who have been out kind of excited that he's in town. Kirk Carruthers and Corey Simon and different guys who are out hanging out with him, kind of rekindling those relationships. And, you got to think that has an impact on his son. He's going to be here, as I said, for 3 or 4 days. He's not expected to leave, I think, until Wednesday. And, I don't expect him to commit during this week. But, I think it's definitely a good sign. He was here in June as well. He kind of grew up around FSU's campus. The challenge is going to be, obviously, Alabama wants him. Ohio State wants him. I mean, you're talking about the best teams in college football today. So for him to pick Florida State, it's going to have to be some of those heartstrings and some of those relationships. And I think that's what, kind of this week is about, just seeing him seeing his dad interact with the, guys he played with, guys that came before him and after him, the bleed garnet gold, and see if that resonates. If you were just going to pick, if his dad didn't play at Florida State, if his dad was not Marvin Jones Sr.,
you got no chance.
You would think Florida State have almost no chance. But that's a big factor, and it's just hard to say because it affects different people different ways. I think they've got a good chance, but obviously, if he's making strictly a business decision and taking the emotions out of it, there's definitely a chance he'll pick one of those other schools. Yeah,
to Ira's point, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Alabama, Georgia, and then there are a couple of Florida schools that need not be mentioned that are also obviously making a go of it. But, I mean, there you go. I mean, that's the creme de la creme in college football right now. I mean, it's nice not to see Clemson's name on there, but he's got visits scheduled for Ohio State, Oklahoma, Alabama. You have to hope that it's not solely a business decision and that heartstrings do play a part of it, and that he could be a big reason why Florida State emerges once again as a preeminent program. I mean, that's a guy that's a game changer. So we cross our fingers.
Well, and just to emphasize that, just talking to people, former players, other people that have seen him, man, I think everybody, the consensus that he's going to be really special. I mean, you never know 100%, but it's not just he's Marvin Jones Jr. The fact, whatever his name was, from what people have seen, his frame, the size he's going to get to, it seems like every time I've seen him over the last year or two, he's gotten thicker each time. You're just filling out that frame. He's got a chance to be a really special player. So you think about some of these guys on defense, like if he comes in with, Travis Hunter and Sam McCall and, some of these other players are
preach it, Ira. Preach it, buddy. He may be listening right now.
It could be a really special group.
Yeah, because what is he, 6'4", 250 right now? That's ridiculous.
And doesn't looks lean.
It's the dumbest thing in the world. But for anybody who's ever been around his dad, you see that body type and you see the damage he did on the football field. To look at him now, you realize he can still throttle us all. It's his son. There it is. He's emerging right before our eyes, and it's certainly something I cross my fingers for. Brother, I always appreciate it. Talk to you real soon.
Thanks, Jeff. See you, man.
All right, take care. That's Ira Schoffel, warchant.com. Yeah, man, I always say when we end up having these conversations about Marvin Jones Jr. that, it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, his dad's Marvin Jones. How do you not come to Florida State when Marvin Jones is arguably, and I have argued this for as long as I've been on the airwaves, and he has always and was always my favorite player in Florida State history. I mean, if we had a draft just picking your favorite players coupled with how their athletic prowess, their dominance, their impact on the program, what they represent to you as a Florida State football player in a dominant era, all of that, Marvin Jones goes number one for me. I pick him over Deion. I pick him over Charlie Ward. I pick him over, you name it. Marvin Jones is my guy. I just think that not only was he a menace on the football field, but when you consider, this is a guy that could have won the Heisman. He was invited to the Heisman ceremony, top 5 in the Heisman voting. I mean, this is at linebacker. When you watch the games being played, teams had to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what to do about Marvin Jones, and very few were able to ever figure it out. He was just that kind of a wrecking ball. Jeff Cameron Show, 97.9 ESPN Radio. usurp someone's authority. I've seen behavior that is disconcerting, or directly it's impacted me and my ability to work here. No, we're talking about things like sexual harassment. We're talking about racist comments, things we've seen in the past in which a subordinate has been able to obviously successfully go to somebody who's either a superior or on the same level but has major influence and say, I can't work with this guy or woman because of these things. And if it's proven to be true, they're out. Got it. This is just seemingly, from what I can read between the lines and from what the articles I've read, is a personality conflict between two guys that don't like each other. We're talking about huge egos here, probably for both. And at some point along the way, Aaron Rodgers felt slighted about not being asked about the Jordan Love stuff. And that infuriated him. And at some point when he talked to Brian Gutekunst, that Brian basically told him to go pound sand. Aaron Rodgers like, I'm Aaron Rodgers. Brian said, I'm Brian Gutekunst. and then there was no mending of the fences there. That was the end of that. But the point being that team is well put together. They're loaded. He just won the MVP. They just played the NFC Championship game. There's no reason to make those changes. Now, you could argue, I suppose, that if you're the number one decision maker with the Green Bay Packers, that maybe in this rare set of circumstances, you might let a GM go in favor of a player. Aaron Rodgers is one of the few, the 3 or 4 players in the league that you might be willing to do that for. You might say, Brian, we're going to have to let you go here because that is Aaron Rodgers, and he just won the MVP, and he is beloved here, and he's our best chance to win a Super Bowl, not you, but him. And we plan on keeping him here for the next 3 years. Tom Brady's going to be freaking 44 years old out here playing in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers is 37. If Aaron Rodgers has that kind of level of play in him for the next 6 years, we'd like it to be here in Green Bay. You could argue that. But when you read sort of the undercurrents here of what was at play, not only do you have a major roadblock financially in the Packers and Rodgers trying to work out a deal to where Rodgers could leave and the Packers could somehow benefit. There was no trade leverage. You could never get fair market value for Aaron Rodgers when the people that you're negotiating with know that you're bent over a barrel. So they were all handcuffed. And then at the end of the day, I know Aaron Rodgers is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But if I'm fining you every day you're gone, $50,000, it adds up awfully quick. And then as we get into the season, it's even more, and we can fine you millions of dollars. I don't care how rich you are, man. People are not cool with cutting checks to sit at home to the tune of millions of dollars. So they held the cards there. And if they were willing to lose a lot of football games, which apparently they would be, and he was willing to waste a year at 37 years old of his football career, and he cares about legacy, obviously, then, you were always going to see this group find a way to work it out. And it can be ugly. It doesn't have to be friendly. We've seen clubhouses in baseball deal with players that have a rift with management. They just show up, they play baseball, they go home, and that's the end of it. And when the time comes, they make their deal eventually where it works out for both sides. Same thing in the NFL. You don't have to like everybody you work with. If a guy's a gifted player, I'm sure for example, we have known guys that are very difficult and who have constantly run into problems born from ego and made it difficult on management, their coaches, their teammates. But if they're uniquely gifted, they still went into battle every Sunday with that guy. Antonio Brown comes to mind. I mean, that guy, from what we learned about his time in Pittsburgh after the fact, that could not have been easy for all involved. But dude can ball, and they found a way to line up on a Sunday. And I bet Ben wouldn't have had it any other way. So that's how it works. I'm not surprised to read today that he'll be back. I do think it's going to be interesting to see what happens after this year and what happens moving forward. I mean, what a tough scenario for Jordan Love. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the best scenario. Maybe Rodgers has it in his head that he goes out there and makes a run at a Super Bowl, but is willing to help out the kid because he's not going to be there after this year, something along those lines. Who knows? I doubt it, but that's something to think about. But it just the more we looked at this, we would have to believe that somebody was willing to wear $20 million, $30 million in fines, and that the Packers were willing to let that person, even after all of that, go walk somewhere else to play and maybe beat them down the line. Because they could have held on to him for another couple of years. So I don't know. This seemed like the logical conclusion here. I just know this. I know that over the weekend, not only did we get news about Rodgers and what was going to happen with the team and whether or not he'd be back, but we saw camps open up. And that was something we talked about last week, just thinking that, all right, here we go. Now we have real football practices, real football news. We had the Texans this week talking about a willingness to trade their quarterback. And, at this point, that's a tough deal as well if you're trying to get a good offer for Deshaun Watson, given what's hanging over his head. Two things at play there. A, he has said he'll never play for the Texans ever again. He hates them. They probably right about now aren't big fans of him, given that he has 22 separate lawsuits hanging over his head as we speak. Not exactly a way to get a fair price for a player of that caliber on the opening market. Once again, they've got you bent over the barrel.
Yeah, as an Eagles fan, the Eagles have been the main team linked to Watson since this all started. So yesterday I read that they want 5 high draft picks for Watson. No,
not 5?
No.
Okay, how about this? If I told you today that the 22 lawsuits were going to magically disappear, he was going to do no jail time, he was going to pay whatever fine he had to pay, publicly apologize to the women, whatever it might be. Remember, again, I know this is crass, but we're just talking about the football numbers here, okay? And if there are no crimes attached to him, like he's not being charged with felony assault or anything like that, let's say. Threw for nearly 5,000 yards, 33 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions last year. You might part with quite a few high draft picks for a player, I think.
Yes, if there are no crimes, then sure.
Yeah, I mean, in 4 seasons, he's been to the Pro Bowl 3 times, and it would appear he's getting better every year he plays. The interceptions are going down. The numbers are going up. Again, you got to shake that criminality thing. But if and listen, right now they're, he's not being charged with felonies in this case. These are separate lawsuits. He had a new one filed not all that long ago. I don't know what's going to happen with this situation, but there's a lot of suits to figure this all out. But, man, if I'm oddly – and you would really have to do your own investigation. You'd really have to look into the very nature of these accusations. They are, if true, they're sexual harassment and sexual assault, 2 different things, not good. But you really want to look into this very closely. If it does look like the plaintiffs are just going to settle out of court, or he's going to settle out of court and he's never going to be charged with a felony, I mean, he's gonna play again.
How about 4? How about 4 high draft picks?
I mean, he will play again in the league if this doesn't turn into criminal charges. Last I'll say on this, the Jeff Cameron Show PR firm, this was a tough case that they brought to us. And what I said at that time was, if I could bring in my client, in this case Deshaun Watson, and I said to him, hey, man, what's what here? And he said, look, man, I like massages, if you know what I mean. And I said, no, I know what kind of massages you like. Were they massages in which deals were worked out and there were understandings where, like, maybe if we were able to strike a check some of these situations, we could never have to enter a court of law, not face real charges, anything like that? Or are we in a different set of circumstances here where you need something more than the Jeff Cameron Show PR firm? Because if it's the first, I'm gonna say we get out in front of this right now. You're gonna take to the dais after we work out a class action settlement of some kind where we pay off these women. You're gonna make a lot of money. And I'm not trying to make light of anything serious here. I don't know what he did or did not do. So obviously, if he did anything heinous here against these women's wishes, then that's awful, and I hope he does time and all of that. Of course, that's a no-brainer. But if it's just that, anyhow, if it's, I can't, on the show, I don't want to get into too many details here, but if it's something in which it was just he's stroking a check, you don't need to wait any longer. You need to get out in front of this. You got to step to the dais. If you can work up some tears, that'd be great. Let's talk about your sense of entitlement and the maltreatment of these women. Your level of arrogance is deplorable. You're so sorry. You make that apology, and then you let the league slap your ass with an 8-game suspension. And we're playing football midway through this year, and you can get on to making that money because we'll sign a new deal with somebody, and that's where we go from here, right? I mean, every day that goes by, I know there's a lot at stake here, but it doesn't look like he's going to play football this year. There are more important things, again, depending on the crime, but I am kind of, if there is a crime, but it is curious. At some point, we need to get with the getting here. I went back, I know we got to go to break. I went back and looked at some of these accusations. It is these are murky waters. There's this one interaction where he's admitting to all these are Instagram instant messaging, sliding into the DMs like, hey, how you feel about a massage? And so quite a few of these women are not licensed massage therapists, so I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't say.
I don't know what's going on here, Matthew. I'm saying this is a jumbled bit of a mess. always let that play longer. It's just such a happy song. One of my favorites. Always puts a smile on my face. Yes, Eddie, it does make me smile. As an aside, don't forget August the 9th, you'll be listening to the Jeff Cameron Show every day on War Chant TV on YouTube. You'll also be able to download the podcast as you do now, but it'll be even easier because it'll work on time and be functional every single day as we switch up the RSS feed. I'll tell you about that. I'll also be on with my partners at 93.3 FM from 1 to 3 p.m. every afternoon. So you're just going to get so much of me. And I know how excited you guys are for August the 9th. I'll be spread thin. Everybody will be able to get a piece. But a lot of people continue to ask, so I will continue to update. There's that. Were you going to play something?
No.
You were awaiting probables? I'll get to them, but before I do, let me say, listen, we have to make way contractually for this doubleheader with the damn Braves and the Mets. What are we going to do? 5 o'clock. The pregame's already started. I forced my way onto the air today and said, no, we can't do that. We had too much recruiting news, too many things to get to. But we're going to make way for the Braves at 5 o'clock. So if you're hopping in your car and driving home, you're going to get the greatness of a few minutes of the Braves pregame show, and then you're going to get the doubleheader.
We're really infringing on our contracts.
Well, we're a little bit under the umbrella of the renegade duo right now, you and I. We kind of do what we want when we want these days on these airwaves, but you can only cross that line so much. And I fear that if we continue to just not air the damn Braves while still doing the last hour, we might end up getting in some trouble.
We have to put Ben Ingram on the air, folks.
But Ben Ingram is good, and I will tell you that as I hop into my car this evening to drive home, I'm going to be listening to Ben Ingram. I like listening to Ben Ingram. Braves baseball's pregame show delights me. I think it's one of the best in the country. It really is. I don't know that I've listened to a whole bunch of other pregame shows around the country, but I can't imagine they're better than his. That dude's a beast. If you're a Braves fan, you have to love him in a special kind of way because he clearly loves the Braves. My God, he can't wait to break down every facet of this baseball team who's been somewhat, middling, to say the least. And yet he'll have you believing they're gonna round the corner any day now. Things are gonna work out. We'll see. But as we go to probables, let me just say that it's brought to you by our friends at North Florida Payroll Services. North Florida Payroll Services, locally owned for nearly 15 years, offering payroll and HR services, including full online applicant onboarding and integration into payroll. Save your company money and headaches today. Head to northfloridapayroll.com.
It's time for, how you say, with the pitching, probables?
So this first one's Kyle Mueller and Marcus Stroman, Braves Mets. Second one, Bryce Wilson for the Braves, who does not know how to spell Bryce even a little bit. Bryse. Get it together, Bryce Wilson family. Mets TBD, they're trying to figure it out. Let's go Nationals Phillies. That's Joe Ross, Spencer Howard. We got the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. TBD for the Blue Jays. Red Sox going to throw Nick Pivetta. We got the Reds and the Cubs. That'd be Wade Miley and Kyle Hendricks. Tigers Twins, Matt Manning, Michael Pineda. White Sox Royals, Dallas Keuchel, Mike Minor. Rockies, Angels, German Marquez, Shohei Ohtani. Yes, sir. 9:30 tonight, baby. I'll be watching. Hit another dinger, why don't you, Shohei? He did yesterday. Astros, Mariners, Luis Garcia. The Mariners, TBD. Were you aware that the Mariners are having the kind of year they're having?
No, I wasn't. And actually, I was going to bring that up because I saw a stat earlier this afternoon from StatHead, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They are 54-46 with a run differential of minus 52.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
And they're the only team since 1901 to be at least 8 games over 500 through 100 games that have a run differential of minus 50 or worse. That's insane.
So what that is baseball being baseball. They are smoke and mirrors, not any good at all. But there they are. We should all be so lucky. That is the definition of why hope springs eternal for every fan base in spring training, because there are anomalies in baseball, oddities in baseball that allow for you to occasionally be in the mix pretty late into a season, one in which you entered with very little hope. But if you win every one-run game and you lose a bunch of 9-0 games, that's how you end up on these run differentials that are nuts. But you just win every single 50-50 game, and here you are. They have been a weird team. Yeah, if you don't know, by the way, think about what we've seen, for example, in the American League with the Red Sox at 61-39. I don't know how many people thought that was going to happen this year. The Rays are 60-40, and adding Nelson Cruz is a big deal. And man, that was a nice move by the Rays. Always those guys. And the Yankees are obviously fighting to emerge from their slumber, 5-5 over their last 10, 51-47 overall.
That's just fantastic.
Oh, it's wonderful. I hope it stays that way. Hell, the Blue Jays are 49-46. I mean, they're right there on the fringe of, and listen, the Blue Jays ought to be well ahead of the Yankees. The Blue Jays are a better team for starters. Secondly, they're plus 86, and the Yankees are plus 5. Another incredible oddity. The Blue Jays can offensively are really, really good. And then there is, for me, if you're having fun in baseball right now, you're watching those kinds of divisions, because who would have thought in the West that you would have 4 teams above 500? Well, the Angels, after losing, are actually, they won last night. So, yeah, the Angels are right there. And then you've got the Mariners at 54-46, 56-45 with the A's. And the A's have lost 3 straight to fall to that record. And the Houston Astros, unfortunately, are 61-39. Your Philadelphia Phillies, 4 games back of first place, sitting at 500. Get off your ass and do something.
Pitch, maybe every once in a while. Well, Nola pitched well on
8
Saturday.
2/3.
Yeah. But other than that, not a lot of pitching going on.
Well, no, you're minus 23. Like, people score runs against the Phillies.
But specifically in like the 7th or later, when like Adam Morgan and then people come in, which is an inside joke for just me and you, basically.
Yes, it's one of my favorite moments was a year spent listening to you going, Adam Morgan, arms in the air when he came in.
Here's a home run.
I remember you would first guess it. Like, you would be watching the computer because we were working, and then you'd be like, oh, okay, we just decided to bring in Adam Morgan. Here we go. And then I'd be doing a segment with Tom, and I'd look in the background while you were directing the show, and I'd see you just go, hands up in the air, 2-run bomb given up.
Incredulous.
Yeah, you just knew it was coming. It was even the Pirates had a bomb off of him, and you texted me like, that's what he does. There you go. That's what
serving up home runs to Gregory Polanco, are we?
Bombs, 480 feet. Just there we go. Good work out of you, sir. Thanks to all those that listen to the program. Enjoy Braves baseball. It's coming to you next. Contractually obligated to hand you to the Braves, but we'll be back with you tomorrow. Be well.